most people. And one of those special fairy princess kind of people who just lives with an effervescent joy. Sometimes, anyway. Working on a song earlier. But I don't know if this will ever, if it'll turn into anything of any consequence. But something like that for a vocal melody, maybe. I don't know. I could just rap over it, I guess. I don't really do rap songs anymore. Hello. 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 That's the only word I rap now. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. And hello, 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 hello. I only rap a single word. And that word is not a bird or turd. It's hello. It's a word that you say when you go to meet somebody, and instead of saying hey, you say hello. And then you rap about it so you know what you wanna know when you gotta say goodbye. No, hello. Aloha, if you will. The Hawaiians will. People who live in Hawaii live on an island in the ocean so wide. I don't know. Who knows that'll become anything? But it's just something I was fucking around with. So it looks like the man with the great machete is here. And of course, one of his defining qualities is that he does indeed have a great machete. By great, I'm referring to its size, of course. It's massive. It looks like the kind of machete that a giant cyclops might use. Cyclops might use. Cyclops might use. Who's this guy? Oh, dear Lord, shaking my head. It's me. No, not you. Get out of here. Nobody wants to listen to you blah, blah, blah away. Well, I'm not blah, blah, blahing right now. I'm tweezing my nose. Nobody wants to see that either, Eric. Okay, fine. I guess I'm a big founder. I remember to type that lady today, which I forgot about her on Saturday. Did you testing for a new song of yours? Well, I mean, I don't know if it's testing. I just made this track. This isn't really a song, you know. I just got some drums, laid them down, played the bass line, and then came up with that clav part of the top. Like I have a song, I have an actual song that I'm have in the works making, sort of called Sign Holders. But instead of doing that, I do this waste of time. It doesn't always come out to be a waste of time. Sometimes these kind of tracks come out good, but I generally feel like I'm gonna do lesser work if I don't write the song ahead of time. I don't know if it's true, but it seems that way to me. Of course, you never know when you end up catching lightning in a bottle. Sometimes, from my perspective, maybe other people don't think of it as such, but when you never know when you're gonna please yourself, right? Like, hey, I really like this. I think I did a great job on it or something. Is this gonna be that? I don't know. It's not that yet, but who knows? If you don't have a vision, then it's hard to say if it's ever gonna be realized. It's a challenge of the NE user, right? I don't have a clear vision of what I'm trying to accomplish in a song. It's a beat for a song. Yeah, it's a bass line and a clap part and drums. I like the bass line quite a bit, really. The other thing is, look here. Okay. Copy. Paste. So the drums come in more if I let them. Like if I were to do this like some kind of a build coming in, I would probably, if I wanted it to be take my time and waste time, I guess. Just start with the bass line. Then drop the drums in. Yeah, but I don't want to take the drums out there because those are the sparse drums. You got the busier drums and the sparser drums, and I want the sparser drums to be this many seconds, which should be either 8 or 16. It's like 16 probably. Let's see. Yes, that's 16 seconds. It's actually 15.99999. So I'm going to fix that by meowing this and then meowing this. Now it's 16. Okay. Now they're all 16. Excellent. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'm not going to be playing around with that. Oh well, yeah, it needs a chorus. If that's canceled, if you call that the verse, it needs a chorus and a bridge still. So it's missing a lot of stuff. I have some thoughts about possible vocal melody lines, but who knows? It's hard to. It's just something I just did 3 things for it, so you know, I could. I can always. I'm not sure what bass I used. I think I played that bass line on the keyboard, but I'm not sure what bass sound I used. I'll have to try to find the same bass sound. Up and early, Adam. Don't forget to give your money to the IRS today. Thanks, Petty Cat. Thanks for the reminder. You know, I'm going to hurry and give it to them because I want them to spend $2 billion of it researching things at Harvard. What in the world is the government doing paying $2 billion, giving Harvard $2 billion to research stuff? Like, why are we giving Harvard money? Isn't it the most heavily endowed school in the history of the world? All these famous alums giving shit tons of money so that you don't even have to pay to go there. Why is the federal government giving them money? College. Yeah, I know. I'm glad Trump froze that for now. I'm just wondering why in the world was that ever happening in the first place? Since when does the federal government give $2 billion to a private university that's already rich as fuck and doesn't need any money? MK Ultra, huh? Well, I don't think MK Ultra is responsible for the Harvard endowment because if it's a militarized kind of research, then it's going to be done under DARPA, and we're not going to have any awareness of it. That would be a black project, you know. If we're aware that we're spending $2 billion at Harvard, then we know what we're spending it on. I don't know what it is, but it can't possibly be. I mean, there's no since when Since when is part of the federal government's enumerated powers giving money to private universities for whatever justification they have? Well, there might be corruption, but I think a lot of times Putty Cat, incompetence, idiocy, just subjectivity and wrongness explain a lot of bad things. Well-intentioned people not not recognizing that their intentions don't mean anything. You get plenty of people entering government service believing that they're what they're supposed to do is go there and do things. Have the federal government pass bills and spend money and make a difference and stuff. That is not the job of the federal government. If you want your state government to have that job, that's fine. That's but then the states have more latitude as to what kind of stuff they want to spend money on because they're not governments of enumerated powers like the federal government. Oh yeah, I don't think it's a Democrat or Republican thing. The only thing that makes it Democrat or Republican at all is that Trump haters object to it because they hate Trump, not because it's a bad idea. It's like I hate Trump too, and Trump is terrible in many ways, but that doesn't mean that everything he's doing is bad. Some things he's doing are the right thing to do. And we need to be able to distinguish between instances when someone we don't like is making a good decision and when someone we don't like is actually making a bad decision. I think we can all agree that we're not thrilled with the Trump administration. I don't think even Trumpers are thrilled with the Trump administration. But we shouldn't be dishonest about things. When he does make a good decision, we should acknowledge it. Well, you're preaching to the choir, Putty Cat. You are preaching to the CHOIR choir. I think we all know what good that does. None whatsoever, because the choir already agrees with you. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be in the choir. They wouldn't take your whole churchy thing so seriously. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that we have an idiot doing this important work, right? Because he's doing some important work here. He's actually surprising me, and he like, yeah, I still think he's terrible. He's a terrible human being, right? Like his disregard for human experience with the deportations and stuff is just appalling. But no, the Athletics did not win last night, Putty Cat. They lost 8-0. They didn't play last night, but the night before they lost 8-0. And it was frustrating. But the Cubs, was it the Cubs? No, it was the who was it that we were playing? I can't remember now. Oh yeah, Camelo would have been worse, but because the thing is, I don't I don't think Trump's doing any big systemic damage, you know? He's not harming the integrity of the processes, even though he's disregarding them. Because, you know, Trump has the weird benefit of being ultra subjective, but um but his intuition is not a subjective way of paying attention. It's just not very good, you know? Accordingly, he doesn't have any kind of like external validation thing that's not entirely of his own that he doesn't come up with whole out of whole cloth, right? And it's clear that there's not a good way to reduce the size of the federal government while disregarding checks and balances. You know, it's like you have to do it in a legitimate way. You have to respect the courts and stuff. But we've had presidents before who, well, one anyway, Jackson, who ignored the court, told them to enforce it themselves if they wanted to, get their own army and enforce it. And that was a great tragedy in American history. But but the thing is, it doesn't do systemic damage. That's kind of like the nice thing about Trump. He's Trump. He's not anything else. He's not any particular ideology. He's his own subjectivities. And so fortunately his subjectivities regarding the scope and scale of the federal government are correct. The federal government was never intended to be the biggest government. The states' governments were. Federal government is just the government of the states. And I get that once you concede that the federal government's in charge of the military, then obviously what is governance? Monopoly on use of force. So who's really in charge? The federal government. And we saw that like in the 60s and stuff when the feds sent the National Guard down to the South to integrate and stuff. One thing about Trump is he is not surprising. He does what he says he's going to do, good or bad. Yeah, I agree with that. He does do what he says he's going to do. He's not a truthful person, but in some ways he's not dishonest. Like he has little regard for actual truth, but it's because he believes his truth, whatever it is, even if he shouldn't, right? Um, but he's not dishonest as a campaigner. He never was dishonest as a campaigner. He said, "This is what I want to know. Mexico, go back to Mexico." And everyone's like, Kamala Harris is really the only actual alternative we have here to this guy? Oh, God. Yeah, we get it. You hate Mexicans, Trump. Well, he's not truthful about things, right? But he's truthful about his intentions and what he wants to do. He's not hiding the stuff that looks ugly, right? He's not afraid to say horrible, ugly things while campaigning because that's how he actually thinks and feels. He's not polished, right? Anybody who was, if anybody could control him or even advise him meaningfully, he would not campaign like that. The only reason he won is because in both instances he had the two of the worst opposing candidates in history. Yeah, he could beat Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. He couldn't even beat Biden with dementia. That's how weak his opposition has to be for him to win an election. I mean, because I can't imagine anybody feeling good in any way, shape, or form about voting for either Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris was even worse than Hillary Clinton. I did not think you could get a much worse candidate than Hillary Clinton. Total lack of charisma, total lack of leadership. Just her head up her bureaucratic ass, thinking that bureaucracy and leadership were the same thing. A complete, just, just a wrecking ball of idiotic TESI normalcy, normalizing everything, you know? And Kamala Harris was way worse because I know Hillary Clinton had a little bit, at least a little bit more intuition than Kamala Harris, who had absolutely none. It was stunning to see, really. I couldn't believe how little like ammunition she had to work with, right? She had how little qualification and or desirability as a candidate or any of those things, just how minuscule amount of votability she has. Like why did they ever pick her for vice president? Just because she's a black lady? She's obviously completely untrustworthy. You can't trust that woman for a split second. Because I'd rather have Trump think he's telling me the truth while he's lying some of the time, and be telling me the truth when he's talking about what he's going to do rather than how things are, right? Um, I'd rather have that than somebody who who wanted to raise taxes at the federal level, but didn't, not because she wanted to spend it on something. You know, it's like, hey, we really need to buy this mia as a country. And the only way we're going to do it is to raise taxes. Okay. She just thought that raising taxes in and of itself was a good thing, which is, I mean, you have to have zero intuition to think like that, right? Obviously, we as a community, as a group, need some coordination with government to set rules, standards, etc., to facilitate the going about of business and life. But and that's going to cost some money. But we should all agree that, like, the problem with the NBA right now isn't that the referees aren't making more money than the players, which is very much what Kamala Harris seems to think. Like, she doesn't get that the government's there to facilitate individuals in carrying out their business, but with infrastructure and standards and practices and regulations and stuff like that. And most of all, with law enforcement to prevent others from violating your rights. It's it's not there to take people's money because we're all better off when the government has our money. It's incredibly insane. There's this leap from increased tax revenue to solvency on social issues via social programs with no actual articulation of how it's going to be spent, how it's going to help, or anything like that. She didn't want to answer any questions about anything because she's fundamentally dishonest in a way that Trump's not. Trump answered all the questions with his horrible answers. You know, not even smart enough to cover up his shittiness a little bit, right? But she's smart enough to do nothing but cover up her shittiness and avoid answering any questions and revealing who she is as a human being or as a candidate. And then, you know, how did we get to these two people as the choices? How did that happen? Well, I guess it's because people like me are. I'm like, well, I should run. I want to run, but I've got to get this in personal individual business dealt with. I got to deal with this first, that first, the other thing, and then maybe we'll see how finances look, etc. It's like, would I be the best president? Yes, absolutely. Am I? Would I be the absolutely the best candidate the country's ever seen? Yeah, for sure. But would I get elected? Probably not. I would guess. I don't even know if I would be able to campaign enough to garner attention from any media to get even the benefit of my discursive ways out into the world. The people who are most qualified to be president are not going to be the people who are best at attaining the presidency. This is a problem we have, right? Because doers get things done, but you don't really want a stone cold doer like Trump or another form of like mindless doing, te without ni, and Kamala Harris. You don't want that as a president. You want somebody who's more deliberative than that and who understands that, you know, to the extent that we're going to have unity as a nation, we need to have a broad swath of people saying, I'm comfortable with this guy speaking for me. If you have candidates as divisive as Trump and Kamala Harris, you're never going to get broad swaths of the majority feeling that way about their president. The thing is, people don't necessarily want to be scolded about culture war stuff, but there's some correcting that needs to be done there. When somebody's coming at me believing themselves to be an impassioned political advocate, and what they're really doing is creating a boogeyman where the other guys are the bad guys and the culture war shit. I That's not going to fly, right? I'm just going to say, you're not being a good citizen. You're not being a good American. You are choosing to deal with politics in an infantile way. You're making a platypus and saying, oh, I get it. A platypus is a metaphor for whatever's keeping us down. Corporations are a platypus. The government's a platypus. I don't need any assistance in explaining things from people who are determined to articulate a problem that's actually the bad guys. That's not useful. That's not actual politics. It's the disaster that wedge issue messaging by political parties engendered. But and the thing is, what's important for people to recognize also is we're not looking for a moderate, right? You don't want somebody who's in the middle, because the Democrats and Republicans are both doing the exact same thing. That's terrible. Instead of actually caring about what's correct, they are caring only about how the other guys are so bad and how they can get them. Instead of caring about what's correct, the Democrats try to prosecute Trump for failing to disclose some documents or some shit like that. Like, oh, come on. What a fucking petty and obviously politically motivated bullshit thing that was. But at the same time, like the Republicans impeaching Clinton for getting a blowjob. I mean, it's not an impeachable offense. It's not classy. He doesn't have any character. He cheats on his wife or whatever. But that's personal character, not presidential or leadership character. It's not relevant to his presidency. I mean, it might have something to do with leadership, but by and large, if nobody ever found out about it, it would have been the same as every other sex act that people do in private and not relevant to their public lives. Voting is a waste of energy. Well, it is when you don't have a good candidate. If I were running, it wouldn't be a waste of energy to vote for me. Oh yeah, maybe they did impeach him for lying under oath. But they were asking him questions that weren't relevant to his job. And he didn't want to say, yeah, I got that intern to suck my dick because I'm a scumbag. He didn't feel like saying that. I mean, I don't think it's okay for him to lie under oath, but I also don't think it's okay for Republicans to mount a witch hunt. And like the Democrats did with Trump after they tried to freaking prosecute him for some bullshit. It wasn't even like a crime that anybody would get prosecuted for. Who's who? I'm me and you are you. And I'm the best damn me that you'll ever find. I mean, America has alliances with various countries, and certainly the chummy relationship between the State Department and the military and Israel is a reality. I don't know how much of a problem it is for us, really. I think even though Israel's being super fucked up, I think they probably alliance with them aligns with our interests more than alliance with their neighbors. Who is who and where is the zoo? The zoo is where they keep the animals. That's where all the animals live. I mean, what? Who's this guy? Oh, this guy is me. Me. Who's this guy? Oh, dear Lord. Shaking my head. That's what this title says. Turns out this guy is me. Our two-party system is not working well because each party seems to have forgotten that we're on the same team. And each party is moved and shaped by the most impassioned members of the party, who typically are the least qualified to be picking anybody, right? Shay Langoliers did play. It was 2 nights ago. Okay, I don't know. I wasn't paying that much attention. Cameras here. We were doing a couple other things at the same time. Two-party system is to create chaos. Well, I mean, it doesn't create very much chaos at all, right? Chaos would be a multi-party system, because multi-party systems are problematic, and then you have single-issue parties. Say, for example, the beer tax party. Everybody who doesn't like beer tax wants to get rid of it, votes for the beer tax party. But then what are they going to do with other stuff besides the beer tax? Well, it turns out they're willing to make any deal they can to get people to vote to repeal the beer tax. So they don't care about other things. So they'll vote for yes, okay, we can nuke those people, but as long as we get to repeal the beer tax. So multi-party systems are not some sort of panacea to partisanship. It doesn't work like that. And then you end up having to have some kind of coalition government because there's not one group that's in charge. So, well, okay, but you want to have more than one party, right? And ideally, that you'd like them to represent some kind of real distinction. Right now, what the parties are representing is a real distinction, but it's a terrible distinction because they're both pinning themselves hard on the passion angle of their most ardent members. And so, accordingly, you just get terrible candidates. I mean, the Republicans haven't even had a good candidate to run against Trump. And obviously, the Democrats didn't have anybody better than Kamala Harris, I guess, or Joe Biden. It's been a while, Footy Cat. It's been a while. But, you know, I believe in the power of inertia and localization. So, the feds, for all the trouble they cause, etc., or money they waste, etc., many of us can avoid engaging with them directly except through taxes. And the American democracy is salvageable, but it needs to be salvaged with words, you know? The right person saying the right words, who's very well-intentioned, like I consider myself a patriot and well-intentioned and want what's best for America. I love my country. And I believe I could talk to all the American people, whether they agree or disagree with what I'm saying, they should recognize that I'm being earnest and honest, and that even if they don't think I'm correct about something, if they want to be honest with themselves, they should acknowledge that I am very good at being correct at things in general. And I know what it means to establish something as correct and defend it, as opposed to, say, just making the claim and forcing it through. People don't want to have shit they don't like forced on them. And that's what happens, it seems like, with every change of party leadership, right? Democrats come in, the Republicans feel like they're getting Democrat shit forced on them. The Republicans come in, the Democrats think they're getting Republican shit forced on them, right? Because that's how it goes back and forth, because the parties are in the hands of the least rational members, or they're at the mercy of them, because most people become increasingly jaded and disenfranchised, want less and less to vote. My past could be as open as you want to open it. I don't have any skeletons in my closet. Everything that I mean, it's all public record here on Talking with Famous People. I've talked about all of my shit in life, you know. All my past, mostly failures, but some triumphs, you know. I mean, I had plenty of triumphs as a debate coach. I had a lot of success. We won a lot of tournaments, a lot of trophies, national championships, schools of excellence at the national tournaments, you know. We kicked a lot of ass. But I think that made me probably have more confidence than I otherwise would have. But it took a long time for me to feel as though I was the cause of it. For a long time, at first I just thought, we must just be getting lucky. This is just a fluke or something. After my kids had won enough, I just had to accept that I was a better coach. substantially better. And that I was better because I understood all the argumentational implications of a given resolution better than the other coaches did. And I was more effective at teaching it to the students in ways that they could actually employ it in a round for success. It seems weird. Like, that's not, it seems very unlikely. Like, why would I be so unusually good at this? I'm just some random guy. I'm not the smartest guy around or anything. Well, kind of was the smartest at that. Occasionally I'd run into another really pristine case maker like myself, but they just didn't do as good a work as me. Their arguments weren't as sophisticated, they weren't as clever, they weren't as insightful, they weren't as correct. It took me a while on YouTube though to realize just how foreign the processes of correctness are to people. Because when you're in a debate tournament, being more correct, being more, having better arguments, being more insightful, anticipating what the opponent's going to do, fighting it out, stuff like that, it gets rewarded. That's exactly what debate does. It rewards the smartest coach who's also the best at coaching the kids. Because you got to teach sometimes youngish kids complicated ideas. And but the most important thing is you got to prioritize only the most important ideas because you only have a limited amount of time and there's so many ideas you could talk about. Choosing is the problem. How will you choose the correct one when you have only the wrong options? Well, if I have an option, then you have an excellent option to choose. I think that any honest person correctly assessing me as a candidate or a potential president would say, now that's an excellent candidate to choose. He's smart, serious, mature, caring, whatever. Yeah, well, trouble can suck it, Can't believe the garbage man didn't take the microwave away. Because I got to put it in a garbage can. I purposely only put 3 trash cans out because I'm allowed 4 trash cans plus a microwave. I emptied 3 trash cans, did not take the microwave. If I had put the microwave in the 4th trash can, would then he have taken it? Presumably yes, right? Yeah, our microwave busted. So we went and swiped the microwave from the other house. So Rachel and I tried to watch that leprechaun porn movie, but I couldn't find it. Trump's first term, I don't feel too bad about it. But I don't feel too bad about Biden's term either because I don't think either of them did much lasting harm. And Trump did some lasting good by getting us out of some international agreements. In other words, Trump wasn't nearly as busy in his first term as he is in this term, you know? And in general, while I appreciate some of the reforms he's doing, I don't know. If you have only if you have the option to choose wrong options, but as soon as you can choose to not choose, there is your option. Right. That's why you have a right to vote rather than a duty to vote. It's now a mystery. You mean the why he wouldn't take the microwave away? Is that the mystery? Well, we'll find out because next week I'll put it in the trash can and we'll see if he takes it. Maybe there's some rule like, well, we can't take microwaves because they've got explosive inside of them or something. Who knows? I don't think microwaves have explosive inside of them, but they might. I gave up my title as world's foremost expert on microwaves sometime back. Having one of these drinks finally. I was having one of these drinks when I was eating Indian food the other night when I had my huge puke fest 2025. Is that how you spell leprechaun? Maybe I misspelled it. Just can it just be LEPREKAN? Leprechaun. That would be a better spelling. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can find this. Maybe I misspelled leprechaun. Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is the one. I need to play that. Okay, so I think I did find it. It looks like it's a different thumbnail, but same video. So I did find it. I guess I just spelled leprechaun wrong. What do autistic people and leprechauns share? They're both on the spectrum. Because leprechauns are at a light spectrum at the end of a rainbow. Is that what you're saying there? That's kind of a sciencey joke. It turned out I just misspelled leprechaun. 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 I was like, hey, Pornhub, where's your autocorrect? But, you know, I guess they don't have it. Choose against what? Choose against voting. You could choose to not vote, you know. You could choose to vote all write-in candidates and write in my dog for all of the candidates. My dog Scooter. I could write in trouble as presidential candidate. I think he'd do a good job of not doing much, I think. Why do leprechauns laugh when they run? Because the grass tickles their balls? Why would it do that? Are they running around naked? I don't normally think of leprechauns as creatures that run around naked. Fred Flintstone? Could write in Fred Flintstone. I'd rather write in like fire crotch. My bong fire crotch. And then everybody write in fire crotch, and all of a sudden Lindsay Lohan will be elected president. Apparently she had the nickname Fire Crotch. I don't know who nicknamed her that. Seems like kind of a vulgar nickname for a classy young lady like Lindsay Lohan. Let me Google it. Lindsay Lohan fire crotch and see what the story is behind that. Lindsay Lohan fire crotch. Lindsay Lohan's infamous 2006 fire crotch incident. What happened?
Lindsay Lohan has got the stinkiest, sweaty, orange vagina anyone has ever seen. I haven't seen it. Do you actually agree with him? But
So, just some guy talking shit about her puss? Those are very hurtful comments. They're very unacceptable for him to say that stuff. A fire crotch is a slang term for the pubic hair of a redhead. Well, then you have to actually light their crotch on fire. A leprechaun, a walking tree, and a dragon walk into a bar. I should quit drinking. That's a really good joke. Who would be a better candidate, Fred Flintstone or George Jetson? I'll go for Jetson. He's gonna not be so bamboozled by our modern tech. He's gonna wonder where his robot mate is. It's his flying car. And we're like, I'm replacing Elon Musk. This guy, all he came up with was something that already existed, electric car. I'm gonna make flying car. It's gonna be just like a car, 4 wheels, no wings or anything. It's just gonna fly by driving on the air. Her name's Firecrotch, but she's not a redhead. She's a native person. She's a native peoples. That's why her name's Firecrotch. It's an Indian name. So, Rachel wanted me to restart this stream, but I'm not sure she actually still wants to stream. I don't know. She haven't seen her making her way out at any point. Hopefully, I will choose good and not be tempted by evil. What is 500 feet wide and has no pubic hair? The first row of a Justin Bieber concert. Okay. I don't think that's true anymore, probably. I suspect Justin's fans now, to the extent that he still has people come to his concerts, are a little bit older, as is Justin himself. How does a redhead shave their pubic hair? Very gingerly. That's a funny pun. Hey, Rachel. Do you want to stream? Okay. I don't know. She's probably putting on makeup and stuff. She likes to put on makeup a lot. You'd think like, oh God, I gotta put on makeup. I'm just gonna put it on once in the morning and just be done with it. That's what I would think if I had to put on makeup. I mean, not that Rachel has to put on makeup. She obviously really likes to put on makeup. She puts it on like 5 times. Like, first I'm gonna put on this lip color, then this lip color, then I'm gonna put on some forehead polish, a little bit of a fake weave in my hair. Zinedine Zidane, do you love those dear hearts and gentle people? I do love gentle people and dear hearts. I love my wife Rachel, and I feel very much. I feel very much like the best person I've been thus far in my life. Least likely to be mean, least likely to do something wrong, least likely to sin, if you just put it that way, that I've ever been. Can you sing some old jazz songs? Sure. You want to just sing it a cappella? Or you want to play it on the instrument? I just sing it a cappella. I used to visit all the very gay places, those come what may faces, those you can tell where they've been robbed away by too many through the day. 12 o'clock till. Then you came along with your siren song to tempt me to madness. I thought for a while that your poignant smile was tinged with the sadness of a great love for me. Oh yeah, I was wrong again. I was wrong, but life is all full again. A trough full of parts would only be unsure. A week in Paris would ease the sight of it. All I care is to smile in spite of it. I'll forget you, I will, while yet you are still burning inside my brain. Romance is mush, stifling those who strive to live a lush life in some small dive. And here I'll be while I rot with the rest of those whose lives are lonely too. Ever taking credit for something you would call a manifestation? Not really. Can you think of a time when I thought, like, oh, I manifested this?
There was something recently.
Well, I mean, but was that me saying that?
No, maybe I said it.
Yeah, I don't typically say that I manifest things because, like, the other day, I was hoping this particular song would come on Chappie Tracks, and then it did sooner than I expected. I was like, oh, good job, Chappie Tracks.
Nice.
I didn't think I manifested it by thinking about it. I just thought, oh, you did a good job today. Shuffle. I'm motivated by performing. I mean, I like to sing. I've always liked to sing. You know, people commented about it in my middle school yearbook. Why are you in orchestra? You should be in choir. You sing all the time walking down the halls. I manifested Rachel. She might have manifested me. I just pursued her once I realized that she was old enough, you know, and pursued. Not really sure. Obviously, people don't know at first,
Yeah.
but very quickly becoming very smitten with her.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
If anybody could take credit for manifesting Rachel, it would be Kimberly. Kimberly and other failed relationships locally.
Yeah.
I could sing the Coca-Cola song, but I don't want to. Because that's the devil's work. Do you feel like you manifest stuff, Rachel?
I used to say it, but then I got out of the whole law of attraction stuff, so I stopped. It's been a while.
I mean, the thing is, you want to manifest stuff, what you should do is just go try to accomplish it, right? Like, I want to manifest making friends. So I'm going to go to some coffee shop and introduce them and go up and talk to people. Well, then that you're manifesting it really, because then you're actually doing something to make it happen. If you just think about it and I hope some random person comes up and talks to me today, that's not a good way to accomplish anything.
No.
No, Kimberly from Eric's worst time.
Probably. I mean, I don't know.
I think you're guided more by your intuition. I don't think very many people are actually guided by morals. Um, Sometimes, like, I have a clear policy with myself that I should lie as rarely as possible, right? That's being guided by a moral. But, and you probably have a similar moral about being honest.
Mm-hmm.
But, generally, I think you use your intuition.
I feel like I don't trust my intuition enough though. Like because like for so many years like my intuition like wasn't like I didn't use it properly really.
Well, you didn't have somebody who's trying to use it on his own behalf. Like, so I can tell by your facial expression, little subtle changes when Eric's idea maybe isn't such a great idea this time. You know, that's your NI just holistically going, and I go, okay, this is an idea, then move on to the next one. You know, but I think that's how you ascertain statuses about that kind of stuff
Yeah.
is with your intuition, not with like a rules based or morals based top down framework.
Yeah, no. ISTJs definitely do have they're led by their morals. I never did have the Rachel hairdo. She's the best. Um, they might be motivated by procedures to some degree since they have TE tool. Bye, Putty Cat. Have a good day. I couldn't cross someone for no reason. Um, I do think I have strong integrity. I'm not the biggest fighter though. So because of that, like I can be persuaded sometimes with certain things. Not all things, but I can be gullible. But like with things that I like really care about, I can't be swayed. I'm pretty stubborn. Yeah, Rockley. We've been going through since yesterday. Good morning. Why don't I stay in touch with my real friends? Who are you talking about? Me? I stay in touch with my friends, like Lou and Kami. We like talk on the phone and through video chat. I speak with Zandy through text and through Instagram. But I don't have friends from high school really. I talked to Lou and Kimi 2 nights ago.
When you talked to Cameron when he was here,
Yeah, I talked to Cameron when he was here.
he visited us.
Yeah. I mean, I like talking to people other than Eric, you know. I just before meeting Eric, I went through like a stage in my life where I have friends other than the people here, but you guys definitely do count.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, obviously, Rachel and I have more history and are closer with some people in the channel, active on the channel than others. Some people active on the channel are more private and like to keep that, shield of anonymity, and others are more interested in actually, chatting with us, visiting us or whatever, and that's a possible thing, People from the channel can visit us. There's a little bit of a vetting process, but um, we have room to take visitors, and we're interested in having visitors. So,
Um and of course Acacia and Ruben. Um I I met Eric not having like many friends, but I had just gone through like ending friendships with certain people.
the thing is, man, and John, it's only good to maintain relationships with your early friends if they're good friendships.
Yeah.
Like, I have not maintained really any of my friendship relationships, the IRL old timey ones, except for Dave Porter. And Cameron's not that old timey of a relationship.
That's true.
He came around by the time of Potato Man song. Eric, are you hypocritical of people with poor vision like goals or dreams? Am I hypocritical of people? You mean, am I hypocritically critical of people who lack vision, goals, and dreams because I lack vision, goals, and dreams, and therefore I shouldn't be critical of them? Or do you just mean, are you critical of people with poor vision, like goals and dreams? No, I'm a perceiving type. I like to leave the future open ended as much as possible so I can do things when I feel like it and not do things when I feel like it. It's still not possible to get it righted anymore. Well, you can't right all past regrets, that's true, but you certainly don't have to be defined by them. Not indefinitely, anyway. And, you know, a missed opportunity kind of regret from the past is an opportunity to not miss it next time, you know? Like, what is this person thinking that they're accomplishing by talking to you like that?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't need to have a dream, but others need to be good. No, I don't. I don't judge other people on their dreams or aspirations or goals. I mean, maybe a little bit. Like I'll think something like, "Dear," I see this commercial on TV for Scott's Salon. And it's like the Scotty guy is interviewing homeowner guys who are tending their lawns, and one of them says, "Well, you know, you got to take care of your own lawn. That's the whole point of being a homeowner," or something like that. I'm like, "Oh God." I I have no lawn, zero desire to have a lawn. I don't want to mow. I don't want to weed whack. I just want to let the plants do whatever they're gonna do. They don't need me interfering in their life. They can manage just fine by themselves. What's tonight's fortune cookies? Well, let's try to write some right now, some manajonisms. If understanding, let's see, if you think you understand, then understanding will always deceive you. That seems like a pretty well crafted manajonism. Well, if you think you understand, then understanding will soon become regret. How about that? That's a pretty good one. Another manajonism. The real treasure in your life is not believing is treasuring only normal things. I have to work into it. A good managerism. It's got kind of weird syntax normally too. I'm having trouble emulating here. Something like, if you think your vote counts, you must believe in fairy tales. Oh, sorry. Tales. Choosing is only a problem when you haven't made a choice. That's basically what you said there. I like it. It's a good one. Okay, so that's really excellent. It's really excellent. I'm gonna emulate your structure here. Okay, so are you motivated by being able to do your own thing? Fist pumping all the way home. Well, I think she's highly motivated to minimize the amount of expectations the external world places upon her. Eric, would your dad be motivated if everybody synchronized with him and let him take control? Uh, Probably. Nice use of emojis. I need to incorporate them in case you're kicking my ass at this activity. I'm gonna admit it right out the gate here. I need to step up my game. Let's see. Yes, Broccoli, it was a bit of a long day. And I'm sitting here now, spacing out, trying to come up with mannerisms to type into the chat rather than even talking. It's been a long day. I took a Klonopin, though, not that long ago. Took a full Clonny. And I believe some sleep is going to be in my future. I need some sleep before I take any more Adderall for the next day. There's a pretty good mannerism. You could call not choosing is also choosing, but it makes no difference. Now that's the reason there is no choice anywhere. Well, there are choices, though, Manager. People do have choices, right? Like, um, at the minerals show on Sunday, we went to the Lemon Drop food truck, and I chose to get a cheeseburger. There were other options, but I chose the cheeseburger. Now, I have instantiated, giving you an instance of me making a choice. Therefore, choosing exists. Because existentiality is established by instantiation. Whatever you see is outside. So when you're outside, are you actually seeing? Excellent. Excellent question. Excellent point. If choosing really happened, wouldn't we choose everything? Well, it's true that both the choices are foods, but it doesn't make them not choices. Like, look, I could like this bong rip with one of two choices. I've got this choice here, and I've got this choice here. I'm going to use this choice. The point is, even though they're both lighters, they're still choices.
I'm gonna have plain bread.
I gotta go lay down.
Is that okay?
Of course. You do you,
I thought
darling.
I'd have more energy.
Don't worry about it. You can change your mind. You can be like, yeah, I want to stream. And then 5 minutes later, you can be like, nah, I changed my mind.
Okay.
That's how life works.
It's true. I love you.
I love you too. Here's the thing. If you want to argue against free will, you need to present a theoretical, hypothetical universe that you can design how you want that both has unidirectional time. In other words, we can't travel back in time and make the other choice, right? In which there is free will. Because what would that look like? So if we don't have free will currently, and we have unidirectional time, we have the perception of making choices, and believe we make them of our own accord. We have a clear understanding of distinctions between wills that are executed more or less freely. In other words, I have, staying in jail is less an expression of my free will than choosing to go to a party. How are you always so worried about what other people are doing with their bodies and their mouths? You really need to show a little bit of respect for the autonomy and bodily integrity of other people. It's not your business whether I'm smoking. I want you to reflect on this, and once you understand the wrongdoing here, I want you to at least resolve to try to not sin again in the same fashion. You haven't seen me inhale, though. I inhale all my bong rips, of course. That's called inhaling. Okay, well, smoking's bad for your old man. Okay, well, scolding people for their own personal business is stupid and gay. So, I mean, in the lame way. So don't be like that, or else you just get shamed for your shittiness. I won't get Parkinson's, apparently. Why not? Well, a witness, fortunately, I don't need to justify my behavior to you. So if I were going jogging and you thought, hey, you shouldn't go jogging, you're going to injure your knees. Doesn't matter what you think. It's my prerogative. I want to go jogging. If I'm making a well outside, a little, not a well, but a pond / fountain thing, you might disapprove of the way I'm making it. Doesn't matter. It's not your project, not your concern. Understanding our respective realms of agency is important in being a good citizen to show the people around you that you will afford them the same respect that you expect to be afforded. I could harp on indefinitely about how shitty your ways are, but I'm not even gonna bother. Well, that's true. Absolutely the case. Now that is a powerful point there. Things that I do in public are subject to public critique. But the thing is, you're missing the point if you're critiquing things I do, because what I am saying is what I am doing. My form of doing is saying, explaining, telling the truth. You're concerned about my actions. My actions are not even conceivably a moral question because it does no harm or impose on any other person whatsoever. The worst thing you could say about it is it's unhealthy for me, but I don't perceive it as such. And fortunately, an individual's health is a subjective matter. They have all and only the access to that subjective data. You have none of it. So, get your head out of your ass and learn something. Okay, well, you can have faith in God. It's a critical error to think that therefore you should have faith that you know what's best for me. Especially when I'm telling you my understanding of my relationship with God contradicts what you're saying God wants for me. At that point, you got to really step back and say, I'm exhibiting some serious hubris here, and I need to check myself before I wreck myself. Well, I mean, there certainly is lots of smoking in this show, but this is not a smoke show because this is straight down the highway, unadulterated truth, correctness, and it's up to you to learn. I can't make you learn. If you don't want to learn, you're actively opposed to it because You're attached to your existing positions. Nothing I can do about that. But it nevertheless remains that if you were to listen to me, take notes, and try to understand and adopt what I'm saying as your positions, you would be vastly less wrong. Hubris means pride against God. Hubris. This is great, Manny John. I just want to, I'm going to copy and paste it right now. Give it a more highlighted presence here. This is classic Manny John. Beautiful classic Manny John. I love it. I love it. Better than anything. My imitation Manny Johns are not as good as actual Manny Johns. I think we can agree on that. Oh, wrong place. If I give you salt to taste and you tasted it, and I ask you, what is it? And you say it's sugar, then you don't know what salt tastes like? Apparently not. Unless you're purposely lying. The flesh which is prideful, flesh can't be prideful. Okay? Flesh is not prideful. Pride is an ontological matter, not a physical matter. We have our rhythms. We have our life rhythms, witness. Today is, we're on the first day of a bottle of Adderall, so we're good and thwacked out. And, some people take pride in their flesh, like their bodily physique and stuff. I don't. I don't care about my body. I'm an intuitive. If you have different names for same things, then why even have a thing called language? So people do feel pride, but I think you're probably projecting somewhat. You may have a particular problem with pride, and so you might be projecting onto others that that's their challenge as Christians is the same one. It's not the same challenge as Christians for each of us. We have different areas where we struggle more. Um, like I struggle to prioritize outcomes. I'm not interested really in helping you understand. I'm interested in correcting you because you're wrong. And that's not a good way to teach somebody something unless they're a student in a class. That's fine, hey witness. I like your commentary. I enjoy engaging with you. You don't need to justify your engagements with me at all. Just because I'm disagreeing with you doesn't mean I'm feeling adversarial or upset, angry, or annoyed or anything. I'm very accustomed, very comfortable with disagreement. I spent my career in debate. A real competition flow debate, not some bullshit debate. The Adderall and weed might be upsetting one another. The weed's not doing much, but I took a Klonopin to offset the Adderall. Because I want to get a decent sleep before I take more Adderall. In other words, I don't want to take Adderall in the morning and push into a second night. I want to sleep some during the day. In a bad way. Okay, what would that mean? A killing combo. So you think that marijuana and Adderall offset one another in a bad way because they're a lethal combination? I can assure you, having smoked weed and taken Adderall plenty of times, and smoked weed and Adderall together in the same bowl plenty of times, it is not a lethal combination. You're trying to use substance to regulate your sleep. You can ask me questions, right? Um, you could ask me, Eric, do you use substances to try to regulate your sleep? And get an answer from me. I'm going to give you honest answers. I'm not interested in lying to you at all. Noah Burdett, you're not wrong. You already said that you do what? I'm not. There's nothing wrong with me, a witness. There is something wrong with what you're doing. It's, I believe, probably well intentioned, but wicked. You do not know better than I what my relationship with God informs me. You do not know better than God in his relationship with me what that relationship should be. That's where your hubris comes in. You don't afford me equal legitimacy as a Christian because you don't believe I can have a different relationship with God than you have. That's hubris on your part. That's blasphemy and assuming you know better than God. So you better get off your high horse and get down on your knees and start sucking that horse's cock. I already said I do. Well, yeah, I mean, I took a Klonopin so I could hopefully get to sleep. You're right on that one, okay. I forgot that I had mentioned the Klonopin. Forgot that I had taken it, frankly. I stand corrected. You win that point. I did already acknowledge and inform you that I had taken Klonopin with the idea of managing and regulating my sleep. But, that's called partying. It's called smart partying, right? I want to be up on speed and having a good time, but I don't want to get strung out like, you know, I want to get sleep today so that when I wake up again, I can take more Adderall and it work well. Whereas if I don't get any sleep, then it starts working less well, less well, less well. Why can it not survive long? Can't I come to learn it by its alternate name and still refer to it at its original name? What? Um, the thing is this, Noah Burdett. I quit drinking alcohol 11 years ago. I had a serious alcohol problem that negatively impacted my life in substantial ways, and it ran directly afoul of God's will. When I drank, when I quit drinking, I made a deal with God that I'd be able to still continue to do my drugs. And I have to keep in my end of the bargain, never have a sip of alcohol, and I get to otherwise party as I want because alcohol was my problem. And you might not approve of my lifestyle. You might think it's unhealthy. You might think that if you were to start with a blank slate, you wouldn't choose this course of relationship with intoxicants. But the reason you think those things is because you don't know me. You don't know how I am. You don't know how I've always been. From early in childhood, I was trying to find ways to get myself high before I even knew what that meant. Trying to hyperventilate. In middle school, before lunch every day, I'd hyperventilate and get up from my chair and push myself against the wall so that I get a big head rush, Eventually, I encountered actual intoxicants and took to them like a fish to water with grand enthusiasm. The first time I ever drank any, like a glass of wine's worth of alcohol was at a Thanksgiving party um, when I was in seventh grade. My parents let me have one glass of wine because my cousins were allowed to have it. And I ended up getting to be the drunkest person there. I kept pouring myself more wine, and they had to send me outside because I was so drunk. In other words, I'm constitutionally predisposed to have problems with alcohol in particular. And there's this arrogance in some people who think that it would be good if I quit everything else too. What they don't understand is that would probably be the only way to get me to start drinking again. And believe me, I am happy, joyous, and free ever since Alcoholics Anonymous and God freed me from my alcoholism with a deal on the table. So it's important for a witness, whomever else is feeling like they have good cause to critique my lifestyle, to understand from this conversation the risks of passing judgment without knowing enough. So, in other words, these bong rips I'm taking are medication that prevent me from being an alcoholic. You could think of it like that. Now, do you feel so bad? Do you feel so certain that I need to quit smoking weed? For you, maybe Jesus was enough to get you to quit doing all drugs. Okay, well, let's see how long that lasts. I've been 11 years sober from alcohol, and I consider myself sober. So, yeah, I've got my habits, things I enjoy. One of your habits is to go around and tell other people that they're not Christian enough for your tastes. My habits are much less offensive than yours. What was on the table? What table? Here? We've got antacid pills, empty weed bottle, partially full weed bottle, squirt bottle for when the cat gets bad, scissors, butane, nicotine vape, which I never used anymore since I started smoking again, amphetamines, rolling papers, a lighter, tweezers, glasses, toenail cutters, and some prodders. I got this poker and this poker to clear the bong with. Got this is good for scooping up little bits of weed from the grinder by, I'm going to say, rolling a joint. This is the ideal tool for that. What else is over here? Some mail. Some mail that I got to deal with. Got to deal with Delilah's car registration. I need to mail that to her. I offered to just pay it, but see, that's her old car. She got a new car, and so she said just mail it to her. Is there anything else you'd like to see? No, we had a deal on the table. We agreed to it. You're forgetting about Jesus, right? He understands human frailty. And Jesus, I think, admires the fact that instead of sinning, I am, I sometimes indulge in maybe not the healthiest behaviors, right? And that's not a sin because that doesn't violate anybody else's rights. Sins are things like don't murder people, violate bodily integrity, don't commit adultery, violate contractual obligations. Things like um, don't bear false witness. What you'll note is important because it does not actually say that lying is wicked. It's specifically distinguishing between lying in your day-to-day business, like if you tell a lie to your girlfriend, I'm going to the store to get buttermilk, but actually you're going to the strip club. Well, I think it's wicked because you are betraying trust, right? But I think what Christianity would say is the person doesn't have a reasonable expectation to get any answer regarding where they're going, let alone a truthful one. But any defendant has a reasonable expectation, and therefore the testifiers have a moral obligation to be honest in their testimony and not bear false witness to convict somebody of a crime they didn't commit. In other words, it distinguishes between language done in a formal context where the truth is necessary component to justice and instances where it might not be and therefore might not be a sin. You're not shedding light from my perspective. I think you're engaging slash catalyzing, let's say, an interesting conversation. But I think that it's a conversation that if you really pray on the matter, that God will want you to re-listen to take what I'm saying seriously and reflect upon it. Because you're forgetting the highest virtue is forgiveness. So I'm an imperfect human. There's lots of kinds of sins that I never do, and some kinds of sins that I very, very rarely do. This may be ill-advised prescriptively, but it's not a sin. You have to sin against something or someone, you know? Well, what's substance need? Why don't you say it in a neutral way instead of in a loaded fashion? Do other people comment on your smoking pot? Would be a non-loaded, non-judgy way to say the same thing, right? And the answer is no, by and large. I just pull bong rips and go about my business. The truth is, when I'm not streaming, I smoke much less pot than when I am streaming. This is part of the whole streaming experience for me. It's party day, you know? New bottle of Adderall, and now I got a Klonopin in me to make me chill. I'm pulling some bong rips. I'm enjoying myself. It's like, if this is so bad for me, then how have I been smoking weed like this since I was 14 without incurring massive health harms? Just think about it. Toodaloo. No. Toodle you. Well, yeah, there's substances. The thing here is you've got this rigid barrier that intoxicants, mind or mood altering substances are inherently bad and that God doesn't like that. But the fact is, we are humans who make compromises, right? If I am too strict with myself, I suspect I would go back to drinking. And I don't know what I'd say to God, right? Because after all, I already made a deal with God that I could continue to do my drugs that I wanted to do if He would help me quit drinking. I would quit drinking completely, and I would love His help if He'd let me just continue to do the drugs. Sure enough, I quit drinking, which I accept as proof positive that He took the deal. After all, I still haven't drank. I've been doing drugs for 11 years. That seems like the kind of deal you can take to the bank. And the reason I'm able to do this is because I'm responsible about my drug consumption. You may be seeing me smoke a lot of pot, but you'll note that it's not doing very much to me. Like, I certainly seem just as intellectually capable as I was before pulling those bong rips, right? What nationality am I? I'm American. And then one day the bomb drops and you could have cancer. Is that not a health issue? Well, I don't expect to get cancer, lung cancer, because you have to be genetically predisposed to it. A very small portion of, um, a very small portion of people have that predisposition. There's no indication of it in my family. And if I did have that predisposition, I probably would already have it. I believe you're Jewish. Okay, well, you believe incorrectly. My father is from Pennsylvania Dutch country. He was a Mennonite. His family come from Mennonites. My mom's side of the family, the Brandstetters, are, I don't know what kind of Christian exactly. They're from Missouri, but they're from Germany. Christians, not Jews. So I don't have any Jews in my background that I know of. I have only Germans, indeed. Strauss, Brandstetter, Schneider. Schneider's a Jewish name some of the time, but not in that instance. Yeah, from Germania. I mean, I'm not from Germania. I'm from America, but my ancestors are German. That stuff on the table, shrooms. I wish I had shrooms. I wouldn't even be able to take them now because I took a Klonopin, so they wouldn't do anything. Yeah, well, my dad broke away from it. He disavowed religion, became rather an ardent atheist, and raised me as such. But I outgrew that fairly young. Maybe it's time to come home to the Mennonites. Look, the same problem would happen is happening here. I would go to this church, except here was the problem. I'm the only one qualified to talk about anything. They're going to just say a bunch of wrong stuff. And, you know, I'm suffering. What makes you think I'm suffering? Like, is there anything about me that conveys a man who is suffering? I'm clearly not suffering. I'm happy, comfortable here at home, got a wonderful house. I was playing around with some wonderful music, which, is its own form of communion with God. What is this one? Right. Mm-hmm. Baseline, baseline. What do you think? Should we rap over this baseline and crap? By crap, I mean the drums. My soul is suffering. I don't think so. Perhaps your soul read is just buffering. And that's why you're getting inaccurate readers on my soul. You say my soul is suffering, but you don't know. You've got no access to the data, so why would you prefer your own interpretation? Oh, but the interpretation of the woman with the data, that is me in my relationship with Jesus. God, that's the best of one who forgives. And if you are remorseful, he's not gonna forgive you if you're gonna be like, ha ha ha, you forgave me. No, you gotta genuinely be remorseful and say, I ain't gonna sin no more, Lordy Lord. Yeah. And Jesus be your friend, but you got to have remorse. You got to understand you did wrong and you shouldn't have killed that horse. You got to pay the person back and make amends and be all good. And then Jesus will forgive you because that's what Jesus does. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a Christian rap. I'm a Jesus kind of guy, and I'm talking about his crap. Jesus does a bunch of stuff, turns that water into wine, makes fish and loaves, and also whines about how people don't clean the feet good. He's got to clean them for them. They don't know how to clean their feet because they're barbarians, and they want Jesus to do the job forever. But he says, oh, I'm going to show you once, motherfuckers, and you're taking this over. Jesus was a wonderful man. He introduced the notion of forgiveness. Said this is the highest virtue in the world. And he was right about that. And Jesus said, don't forget about a value. Unlike a virtue, a value is something that you can uphold. A value, perhaps. Unlike justice, justice is a value. Forgiveness is a virtue. I wonder why. Well, because, you see, it's different that a value you can uphold, but not with the crap that's a virtue, because that's not universalizable. You could be inclined to do good 1, 2, 3, 4, or gold. It don't matter which one it is. You can't establish primacy for any over any other alternatives. They're all legitimate. And that's why. And that's why. And that's why. That's why. That's why we distinguish between values and virtues. Because values are things you can uphold. Virtues are things that you can do and feel as though you did something good. But to be upheld, it must be upholdable by all the different people according to a same standard. No, that's not upholding, and that's just befolding, and you don't want no scolding from me. Not today. No, today's not a good day to get scolded by me. Why do you have to snort the Adderall? I didn't snort the Adderall. I put it in my mouth. I put it right here, a little bit there and there. Okay, I didn't snort the Adderall. I put it in my cheek gum, like, I don't know, chewing gum or perhaps a tobacco plug. If you want to see a baseball player with a lump in his cheek, it's not because he's sucking dick. Instead, he's got a big piece of chewing tobacco in there. Spit, 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 spit. Catch the ball. Throw the ball. Hit the ball. Spit, 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 spit. Catch the ball. Throw the ball. Hit the ball. Yeah, good stuff. Where am I getting these beats from? I made it earlier. I put the other part in too. There's another part to it actually. Where is the other part? Let's find out. Let's stop it now, and we're gonna go start it here. Like so. And then we're gonna play it. It's still the same first part, but then something else is gonna come in to surprise you. Okay, are you ready to be surprised? Emergency arising. Such matters alarming. Not a good time to be darning your socks. Go outside and rescue all of the geese and their flocks. Let's go. There you go. Fine, fine work by Eric. Fine job was had by all. V. Now, I'm gonna go like me and the biggity pow. Pew pew pa cheepa choppa cheepa cho. We're gonna paste. We're gonna paste. Now, we're going to meow and meow. Copy. Paste. 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 Okay. Let's start back here. And then I think we will go like meow, 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 meow. Mute all of this, and then we'll say why. All right, here we go. I can turn it on the big speakers. Start rapping. No, you don't want to rap on this. You want to sing. You know, a song like this. Aren't we meeting this afternoon? Will I see you at the Broon? We could eat there. We could see other people we don't know. It'll be a wonderful time. You'll have chicken and I'll have wine. You'll talk about work and what's fun. And I'll say, hey, that's a lot of good news, hon. Yes, 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 yes. That could be the main part of the song. Yes, 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 yes. Big and small are synonyms. No, they're antonyms like large and tiny. They're antonyms like night and day. Synonyms like hay and straw that the horses eat when they go to their races in their draws. All dressed up for racing time. Let's go, everybody. Bet on the long shot. 30 to 1. I'm sure he's gonna come in this time, son. Oh, he lost. We lost the horse race, everybody. Sounds pretty good. like it. Okay, that's the old one of that. Alright, well that sounds pretty good. Who knows what I'm gonna do with that? I could play some keyboards with it, potentially. Play guitar with it, potentially. You dirty rat. Don't be such a dirty, dirty rat. Not on my watch, Milo. What? Okay, get that one. Good. 807 is too much. Pull it back from there. And excelente, magnifico. Okay. Now, what am I doing with this? Right. Okay, copy. Fine. All right. Now let's play it from here. A little bit more back here. What's going on here? What that is now. Cancel it. Oh, right. That's supposed to start from there. I see the problem. Okay, that's fine. Just gonna do a little adjustment. J, yeah, J, K, and delete. That needs to be EQ'd. Q. Okay. See how that sounds. That's better. Okay. Now, repeat it. That's a little better. Okay. Now, start the beginning and go. I should have the other bass someplace. Is it here? Right. Copy. It needs to be leveled down to there. Let's try this. Yeah. No. 16. No. Okay. Well, maybe we should go to 16. Join. Okay. Oh. Generate, yeah. Then join. Alright, now. Why is this one longer? These ones seem to be short. Why? Oh. Copy, paste, and paste. No. Paste. Let's see. No, does not work. No, I say it does not work. I'm going to have to not do that. This, 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 and this. Then we start at the beginning. I don't like the frequency spectrum on the bass. I need to analyze plot spectrum. see any huge problem. Where am I getting the mud from? I'm gonna have to just play around with the EQ and figure it out. Come on, EQ. Let's see. Or flatten the graphic. Alright, so I wanna drop stuff down here where the mud's probably gonna be, under 200. But I also want to drop the highs so it doesn't have little buzzes and stuff. Kind of flatten it out. We're at 5,000. And you can go down, down, down. Nobody needs you higher. Just a little bit of top. There. Let's see how the bass sounds now. It sounds better. Then let's put a guitar part over this too. Alright, let's see what we can do adding some guitar here. Alright, let's play some guitar onto this and see what happens. I can get rid of this stuff. Yeah, I can get rid of that stuff. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then, what is this? All right. Here we go. I probably got some beautiful things. Alright. Let's see. See what we got. Going back. First thing I have to mess with this. El compresor. Oh, sí. El emitter. Oh, sí. Alright, let's see what this sounds like. Okay. So, this horrible sounding thing can be fixed. How about this? Try this again. Like so. Another three. that going to go in the progression of things? Well, gonna go with your mom to the beach on Tuesday. $16,000. I joined this. W's. Okay. Now what am I doing? Okay, so please where? Conceivably fine, I suppose. Let's see. What happened here? This. No, it can't be early or late. So put this here. Yeah. Yeah, this out. Yeah, this in. Meaning. does it sound like? With the disengaged. About cubic. Make the length of the filter smaller. Cancel. I need to look at the analysis again. So we got a problem talking about 120 through about, well, we just go from like 120 to 400, and we'll drop those about a few dB maybe. Okay, we'll start with that. We'll shift Q, flatten this. Preview. Okay, let's drop it in the 2000 range, do something. I also want to do 3, 5, 7 listener fatigue spots. Better. That's fine. Okay. Alright, from the beginning. From the beginning, that's when we start the thing. From the beginning, we start things. From the beginning is when we start things. Maybe I should seek out a professional rapper to rap over this. Which I need to make another part to it, you know. But anyway, boo failure bill. Not failure yet, it's in progress. Get some sleep, be resting, get the work done tomorrow. I need to get work done. And everything's gonna be fine, oh fine. As fine as strawberry wine in the neighborhood. I think I could probably go to sleep here pretty quick. Because, well, I may be buying strawberry wine. I'm also as tired as strawberry Bayard. Let me have another lemonade before bread to help me sleep. Open! There. It opened. I always find that one-handed objects helps. I learned something new today. I learned that if a ferret woman can't mate when she goes into heat, she's got a good likelihood of dying unless there's veterinarian intervention. Literally dying to get laid. We all agree that's pretty exciting stuff. Mmm. Getting Hawaiian bread. Mmm. Delicious. What about my caving book? See a cave, just dive in. Safety gears for pusillanimouses. Well, Great Machete's interest in cartography began when he took a 3-month-long cartography apprenticeship with me. I explained to him the difference between, say, a map and a song, for example. He was a slow learner, but he eventually got it, you know. He pointed like a shoe. Map? No. Shoe. It just took a while. He got the concept eventually. But from what I understand, still to this day does he struggle a little bit with distinguishing between shoes, specifically in maps. Despite the fact that we worked on that extra. Go get ready for bed. I'm tired. There's a witch's tit. Being cold. If cold. I'm tired. We're synonyms meaning the same thing. What do you mean that's redundant? Okay, because I can't get out of that one. It's redundant. It's like saying, my big, large, sizable cat is a cat of much heft and scope. If you would write that, you had a good English teacher that said, redundant, in red pen, and put an exclamation point. I can picture my mom, how she graded essays. She had good handwriting. I was never a 10th English teacher that she was. But you know, she loved that shit. She loved Shakespeare and literature, and she liked her job a lot. It was required a lot out of her too. She was very busy. Department chair, and she took on extra gigs like working, selling tickets at the high school on football game nights, taking like SAT proctorings, etc. So, my parents were very frugal, and, you know, Ernie as well. Like, they were interested in collecting cans. My mom, especially, was every little bit counts. She was really into saving money, I guess. I wish I had an equivalent frugality, but it's not that I'm spendy, it's just that I don't do things like save my aluminum cans and then go recycle them, which would probably, you know, bring in some little bit of money every month. Probably worth doing. Maybe that's a thing I could aspire to do. But of course, I don't know, it's fine. I don't have to take them in trash can. I put them in trash bag. They can smash them. I'm gonna smash him. Meow. Daddy's making urine. Yes. He's dangling his wiener into the abyss of the toilet bowl and letting the urine stream forth. He's situated back on the seat to avoid any accidental touching of wiener to front of bowl. You don't want any of that. You're like, ooh, gross, I got toilet bowl in my wiener. And you're like, oh, should I wash it in the sink? Rachel, can you give me the lava soap and steel wool? I've got some cleaning to do. Well, that clumping seems to be doing the trick, or this weird trick, maybe. So, what Rachel and I need to do is sleep, and then hammer out some things at the other house. Maybe go get a dolly. We might need a dolly to do this. We need a dolly in general, since I don't know what happened to our dolly. Okay, Trouble, jeez. I'll watch you eat. I'll try to crash for a few hours. Maybe more than a few hours. Do you need more food? Here you go, you troublesome boy. Is that too harsh a language to use with you? Before I go to sleep, I want to go look at the pond. Maybe add more water. Even though I feel pretty sure at this point that I'm not going to be satisfied with that, I have to re-excavate it and do it right. Still be a lot less work than starting from scratch. Okay. How's the water coming along here? Okay. It hasn't really lost that much water since last I checked. It's pretty close to the top, actually. So maybe adjusting the waterfall was it prevented some water loss. But I think I will just refill it now anyway, just to get that out of the way. It won't take much to refill it. I'm going to try to leave this on here for a bit so it overflows and hopefully washes out some of that You're looking in the wrong direction. Washes out some of that dirt in the plug. But like I said, very temporary setup. I want to revamp the whole thing. Do it properly. I like the sound of it. I like the concept, but we need a bigger pond, but not a ton bigger. It's made for exactly that purpose rather than me just using this tarp trying to half-ass it, you know. They can use that tarp part maybe for the waterfall still, but let's see what they have at the hardware store. You know, what time is it? 6:15. It's quite a ways till when the hardware store opens. Alright, so this one is leaking well out the back. It's leaking. So it's overflowed for sure. So I'm trying to kind of wash out some of that dirt in there. I think I might give it a scoop. Oh no! Could fall down. Okay, well, hopefully that helps. Now, this is full, overflowing even. Just gotta turn up the hose. I don't need to water the plant right now. We'll just see how that lasts. The hose takes a little while to shut off completely. Alright. Good for that. We're gonna have a much better pond than that when I'm done. Believe you me. So what should I do right now? I should go over to the other house and get some work done. You know? That's what I should do. I don't see any reason not to take you with me. I'm not sure how interesting it will be. Maybe I can get a couple little things done. I need some really small brushes. Maybe Rachel's got some little makeup brushes that I could use for certain kinds of touch-ups. I don't really have brushes that small. I'm trying to get something, but I don't remember what it is. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the other house and do a little painting and scraping, finish that job up, plus a little vacuuming. This is what I think of. Yeah. So, that's me. Get things done more. Where are you guys? There you are. Okay. We got cigarettes. Got my flashlight, which I need. I need to get a hose. I guess I could really get a bug up my ass and decide to start pressure washing. A little early for that, probably. Alright, let's go pick a hose. Who sells a house that doesn't even come with a hose? Well, we're going to, but that's not, you're missing the point here. I guess this hose is probably about as easy as any to get. Take out this wand. I'm going to be using the Honda pressure washer. And then, jeez. Oh, I see. This is like that. Okay, excellent. Now what? This is a big hose. Well, I kind of need a big hose, though. Well, just gonna have to pick it up, Eric. Just gonna have to be strong and pick it up. Even though you don't feel like it. Okay, we've got a hose now. Best damn hose west of the Mississippi. Let's go put it. Oh, crashing. Let's go put it in the wilderness car. Come on, everybody. Come on, hose. You always knows. Okay. Fuck me in the ass and call me Tuesday. Okay. Now, what else do we have? What else do we need? We have the flashlight that I want to have. Good. We have cigarettes. Fine. We do not have a lighter. So we're going to have to go back into the house and get, we also don't have the keys to this car. So let's return to the house and really begin to live a little for the first time in a long time. I guess I'll take one this morning. Go with the clown fans, hopefully get a little bit of stuff done over there. You know, like basically all the painting. Okay, so let's recap here. Yes, you took an Adderall, but that wasn't on your agenda. Now you got this water bottle. You additionally have this clip and of course no keys to the little road. I mean, I have a spare set in here somewhere too, so there are keys to the little road here, but not the ones I'm looking for. This is fine. Okay. Got keys to William's car. Got this water. Got cigarette. Got flashlight. I got lighter. I don't even really feel like I need to bring any weed. My extension cord and charging cable is in the car, as is the hose, as is the gasoline. But our first order of business over there. Well, I'd like to bring some paper towels with me. And I should probably bring another extension cord. Yeah, I'll bring a big yellow. I'll bring a big orange extension cord. What am I getting from here? Nothing. Okay. So, I believe I am now off to the wild blue yonder. Okay. Okay, that's enough, Eric. I can't even read that word. I need my glasses. Well, that's good. At least I realized I needed my glasses before I left the house. I need to hammer this shit out, you know. I've been putting it off for a long time. Okay. This should go on that, but it doesn't. What's it for? Where did it come from? I don't know. We've got everything we need, plus a couple of things that we don't need. pay close attention to this process. Okay, it's going to be an important process for you to witness, to live, laugh, love, and learn from. Because now I did take one more Adderall, but I also take a full Klonopin. So I've got kind of a cross drugs that can kind of work at cross purposes, you know. But it doesn't really work that way for me because I find the Klonopin relieves anxiety that might otherwise cause me to procrastinate. And I have a bad relationship with task execution and deadlines and stuff. I know a witness. It's all because I'm doing Jesus wrong. Right? Well, got some news for you, homie. My consumption habits ain't Jesus. Wow, looks like you guys aren't even disconnected. I don't know what's up with that. Somebody brought out the super bars today. Okay. Super bars are what Superman gets on his super phone. Let's take this with. Let's leave the pressure washing things where they are for now, because ideally I'd like to do that when it's a little warmer and also a little later in the day when it's going to be less bothersome to people. I don't want to bother any of these people with my loud noises. Because I hate it when other people around me do that. And then I feel like a hypocrite. Oh no, you're a hypocrite. You foul beast. You said meow, but you did meow. Horrible hypocrite. Shut up, hypocrite condemner. Into the house we go. Did I leave the heat on? It seems kind of warm in here. I hope not. Okay. All right. I did the wrong thing. You just plug this in. There. Okay, now let's plug this in for a moment. Push this into there with our pushing fingers, and then we're going to put this into here with our pudding fingers. Okay, now we're going to turn on all the lights we can. So we can see what's going on effectively. I'm pretty well hamstrung here in the kitchen with the furniture thing until I got a dolly. So, what do I need to do first? Let's go look in the bathroom and see what we see. Alright, so let's plug in the light. Get a little bit more light here. Let's turn on the hall light. So we get a little bit more light here. And let's turn on the bathroom light and take a gander at our handiwork here. So first what we will do in here is touch ups, and then that's such a pain in the ass thing to get up. And then we'll do scraping, because I got like some paint on the bathtub and stuff on the floor. I didn't take this bathroom very well. I didn't put down a drop cloth. I just figured, fuck it, I'll scrape it up afterwards. It's not that big of a run. Come on, you stubborn tape. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what we got here. Look at the old flashlight view. This will give us a better sense of what we're working with. First of all, I already know this door needs an undercoat. I knew this before I finished last night, and certainly it does. Okay, that's not unexpected. There's just a few spots of trim that need touching up. And there are a couple spots on the wall where it was kind of drippy, and so I smushed it out. Just with a paper towel, and I need to go over that again. Generally speaking, it looks like pretty good coverage. I'm not too worried about touch-ups on the blue, except for right here, because you can see through. And probably down here somewhere. Yeah, there's some spots down here, a couple spots down here. But really very little touch-ups on this blue here. get super close around this thing. I need a small brush. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do the white first. We're going to get another coat along the door frame on both sides of this door. And just a few little touch-up spots. So, let's see. I guess I will get the blue first. Well, does it need touching up? Kind of back there. You know, a lot. We're pretty good last night. Alright, fine. Let's do the blue first. Let's do the blue, because it's the hue to do. Let's unplug this for a moment. I don't know how much electricity it has on it, but probably adequate. Alright, I'm going to need to select the smallest brush I have. I guess it's this one. So, this should be fine. And a touch-up brush. And then, I'm not going to be doing any more taping at this point. So I'll get one of these shields. Where is it? Where are these things? Where's that? But not really what I'm looking for. I got two of these fucking things. Like the trim guard things. I actually got a second one. Where is my, is it? What is wrong with you? Are you made poo? I actually have a nice other small brush I could possibly use. That might be helpful. But that's not what I'm looking for. I guess I use that. Where are those things though? For fuck's sake. Here they are. They're right here. I don't know which one's better. We'll bring them up both over there. So we'd be working first with the light blue. And then we'll do touch-ups on the white. Not a whole lot of this blue left, I don't think. Let's shake it up. Okay. Alright, so as we're shaking it up. That's not the right one. As we're shaking it up, We're gonna open it up. Let's see what the paint color is. What you already know? Well, you are an avid watcher talking with famous people. Okay, Painty Joe. Time for you to painty go. Take paint off of the lid into the paint can. Okay. There's a good amount of paint for touch-ups. It's very light. I can easily handle it. I'm going to use this brush for blue, and I'll use that other brush for brushing your hair. If I'm not mistaken, you wanted me to brush your hair. Okay. This is really actually looking quite put together, but there are a few spots. Here. Here. Got better to say we got some spot here. That needs another bit of coating. Yep. Then down here. These hard to reach places tend to need the extra coating a little more because it's harder to get them well the first time. Okay. Now, I saw a spot down here. Let me get that one. Get the flashlight up. Down here. Yeah, we seem to have a bit of trouble right up against here. I'm not sure why. No, not quite as good as coverage as I'd like against this edge. I have to scrape the bathtub part. I did take the parts of things, but not that, I guess. There we go. Okay. Any place else? I don't really see any place else for the blue. But that is kind of thin over here, I guess. Might as well do the best I can here with this because once I put away this blue, I don't anticipate taking it out again. The rest of the touch-up should be in the white. Okay. Pretty thorough job, I think. But here's a little thing because it didn't have any paint here because it's behind the mirror. Okay, all right. Let's see where I can get. A little bit closer in a couple spots here. Good enough. Okay. Okay. Just know as soon as I put this away and I come back in here and see it, like, oh, there's that spot right there. Okay. I think we are good with the blue. You know, maybe I should take the upper corner one more time. Never hurts. This seems painted pretty well. There's no reason to go overboard. We're just selling the house, you know. People are going to only be so picky about their paint jobs. A lot of people want to change the paint color when they get the house. And as we did, apparently. And here, definitely seems a little underpainted. Again, because it's a hard to reach spot. Give it some little extra attention here. Cock-a-doodle-doo, says the rooster. That's what he says. Cock-a-doodle-doo, into my bed. Okay. That is going to be it for this for now. So let's go put this back. And I really don't see anything else to get. I think I really have got everything. Not that big of a room, you know. Next, let's do the white. We gotta same coat on these doors, trim around the door, touch-ups on, touch-ups on the trim around the door and touch-ups on the trim around the floor. Okay. Put the lid back on this whole sordid affair. for the white paint, which is here, which is called angel feather. It's not white, it's angel feather. Have you ever compared an angel feather to pure white? You know the difference. Alright. Here's where I need to use these things. Okay. So best not screw around with that. Nice brand new brush to do the touch-ups in the white. Okay. This is why I got the flashlight too, so I can see. Like for example, not all touch-ups in the white are in the bathroom. This one I have to be careful because the drop cloth is off the carpet, but I have to get that. What goes there? I think it's a smoke detector maybe? So we're gonna have to put those fucking things in before we can sell the house. Everybody's house gotta detect smoke. I can detect it within my lungs. I don't need some beeping machine to tell me it's smoky inside. What do you think I am, retarded? Okay. Now here, this is a problem right now. This is where I need my guard. So I want to paint white here, but as you can see, got a decent amount of yellow on the white part. So I need to clean that bit up using this guard. Okay. It's better. I'm gonna wipe this on here. Okay. We still have more work to do here. Better. Well, nice little with the white encroaching. I need to clean this more frequently. Okay. I'm just gonna put that bad boy right there. Just paint her up like painter's cup. That one did not come out so well. See if we can fix it with this one. Not too bad. A little imperfect, but you know, good enough for a house we're just trying to make presentable to sell. We don't need to win any good housekeeping awards. We just need to not win any bad housekeeping awards. Easier to freehand this than to use the guard. Okay. That part's fixed. Oh, but the top it needs it too. Gosh darn giddly do. Oh, what's an aged man to do? You're not aged, Eric. You're just, medium old. Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Appreciate it. Age is just a number. Yeah, thanks for that. Your number's just really, really big. Everybody likes big numbers. Okay, good. I see some touch-up I need to do up here where I didn't get great coverage. There. Okay, good. Other touch-ups that need to be done. Well, let's go hit the bathroom door. Like that needs to be the second coat. As does like this part, I'm just gonna have to try to do this carefully. I'm not gonna bother with the guard, I'm just gonna try to do it carefully. I did get this yesterday, so and it is touch-ups, not painting it from scratch. Okay. If my first name were Drayton, they'd call me Careful Painting Drayton. Of course, I'd point out, it doesn't really rhyme. And they'd say, oh, you're being a spoil sport again. That's the kind of things they say to me. Those days, those people. Would you like to see the painting progress? Okay. Come on in. Yeah, even though you're going to be in the way, it's fine. I'm painting the door where the bathroom goes, so that I can sell this fucking house ASAP. Isn't that a B? Well, it really doesn't matter if I paint alright. I will paint alright, and that'll be good enough for selling this house that we bought not that long ago, and I've only done a little bit of improvements on. Alright, door frame. You're ready to have paint applied to you. But you just painted me yesterday, Eric. Well, I'd like to do a thorough job. I think you needed a little bit more paint, so. Wow, you really go above and beyond the call of duty, Eric. Would have been pretty poor workmanship, but I left it as was. I don't want to be shamed by the buyers for my horrible work. FE considerations, after all. Oh, where did I get that? There, good, I got it up. Okay. All right. Let's go on the top. Those roosters are really cockily, I doodle-ed. This whole door needs thing cut, frame included. With this clonopin in me, I feel extra patient. You know, I'm not feeling like I'm rushing, so it's not doing nearly as messy a job as I was doing earlier. I believe that Benzos are our future. Make us calm when things are boring, yeah. Isn't it really that boring? As like refurbishing work goes, or whatever you want to call this. Painting is about as pleasant and straightforward a work project as you're gonna take. It's harder than it seems for people that have done it before, but you know, if you taste and you're careful and stuff. Like the floor in here is covered in paint because I was just like, okay, I am not putting a drop cloth down here. I'm just done with this fucking project already. I'll just clean it up after the fact and tile my carpet, you know? I think it'll be faster that way. It shouldn't be too hard to get all that up with some normal spirit finish and TSP. This door really soaks in the paint. It's hard to get good coverage on it because it's also kind of slick, so it'll move around a lot. But I believe I can get good coverage on it in 2 coats, which this is the second coat. If I wanted to be a little more efficient in this part of the job, I would get the roller, but I don't want to pour it into a tray. A lot of reasons. This isn't quite big enough to make me shift up into a second container like that. I realistically, this may end up taking 3 cuts, this door right here. Because it's kind of super old and dingy when I started painting it. Okay. Making some progress. I still see plenty of spots that need more. Try to get, I don't know much paint on this door that it'll soak up. Okay. 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 Pretty good. Let's do the other side of the door now. It also needs a second coat. It's more difficult to do because, well, okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, good. So this side of the door, obviously, it kind of like moves a little bit more. Today, I'm painting the Italian way. Ciao, Bella. Look at my Italian brushstrokes. They knock all the ladies off of their feet. Okay. Mordor. No, not from Lord of the Rings. I mean, Mordor. Let's paint Mordor is what I mean by that. See if we can possibly avoid a third coat here on this paint absorbing door. Okay. Painty, painty, paint. A little bit more paint here. And we'll painty, 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 paint. With our painting fingers. Matched only in dexterity by our twaddling fingers. Twaddle me this, twaddler. Well, again, pretty good. Still see some thin spots here and there. Okay, good. Cock-a-doodle, cock-a-doodle, cock-a-doodle-doo. There's a bunch of roosters, one or two. I can hear 'em cocking, I can hear 'em doodling. I'm not sure I can hear 'em doing, but I can hear 'em cackling. That's for sure. Oh, there's roosters here. We don't want to buy this house after all. We didn't know there was going to be roosters. Look, we didn't know there were roosters either when we bought it. Just make the same mistake we did. You'll be happy you did. You're almost certainly more happy you did than we were happy that we did. So it's a competition. You're going to win. Touching up those things up. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Good with that. Good with that. Alright, now this one will be easier because it's more out in the open. I'll show you. I'll show you all of the exciting action. I'm not going to leave you out any of it tonight, today, this afternoon. Okay, here we go. You ready for exciting action? Just need the, second coat / touch up here. So, I'm trying to make it happen. Just like Amelia Earhart flew all the way across the ocean, landed safely someplace else. Amazing. I don't think you've heard the complete history of Amelia Earhart. Well, is she still alive today? Flying around in her pretty little airplane? No, actually. She is dead. Dead from dying on an island. Nobody could find her, even though they really should have been able to. There were some equipment malfunctions. Her megaphone wasn't loud enough. Ahoy there! Airplane in the sky! You know, it wasn't the most advanced era of aviation. Her plane, she was equipped to do the things she needed to do, but she didn't have a whole lot of redundancy. So when something breaks, it's important for communication. You rely on communication to get bearings for certain things. Well, basically, that means you dial on island. Okay, so I got that one all cleaned up. I don't really want to do this one back here because it's behind the toilet and hard to reach. I think I did a pretty good job of it on the outset. I'll do a little touch or two here. Okay. We're going to be touch up tulip and then 2 touch up, 2 step. Do you like that? Yeah, I want to be the floorboard that's that thing. Alright, well you're that thing, floorboard. You earned it. Alright. I rule all the other floorboards with unlimited power. Hold on, I never said anything about that. Okay. Oh, one more speck of this white, and then we can start doing cleaning up floors and other things we got paint on them. Oh, good God! My back feels like death. It's not too bad, really. Just a little stiff. Gotta move kind of old manishly, but okay. I declare that good enough, motherfucker. Good enough. Stop being all, that's not good enough, Eric. If I say it's good enough, it's good enough. It's gonna be a perfect day. Everybody's not good enough. You and your taunting ways. Ooh. I want to knock over the flashlight. Here. You don't need to look at my crotch. You can look at this excitement. When you get up in there, like it ain't no tomorrow. Make sure that it gets all painted over. Like the most professional paint jobs of Europe. A place made famous by paint jobs such as the 16 Candles and the Last Dinner. I guess it was a mural about Golden Corral. All right, white door, you're good. Good enough for coat number 2. Hopefully we won't need a coat number 3. How about you? How about this side? Let me get some drips, I see. No more drips anywhere. Okay. Good. Now I see a couple more spots I need to get with the touch up here. For example, I got something, maybe it's a shadow. Oh yeah, this is a shadow. Okay. Well, I can see that right here I've got 2 different shades of white going on, so this is a place where I'll need to touch up. I don't want all this crap right in my way right here, but it is at the moment. Okay. Right up above. Get a little paint on the old brusharoo. And I think what You might have the opportunity to see if you're looking in the right direction, which you're not, is something amazing. So I missed a big piece of ceiling paint right there. Now I just need to get any like underpainted, like here's a section right here that's got a little bit of tan on it. I get that. I want to get this taped up as well. Gosh darn it. It's pretty timid cursing from me there. Just peel. Why do you have to be a son of a bitch? So annoying. Okay. Come on. Why so difficult? There we go. There we go. That's a little better. I just gotta rip and grip it. Oh, you stubborn fucking tape. Oh. Get off. Okay, good enough. Now, right, I was doing the ceiling here. Let's see, bits of color poking through the angle feather in a couple spots. Try to get that. More tape down here. But come on, are you serious? Okay. What else do I need to get? Is this door painted? This door painted? Yeah, this door has gotten one coat and needs another. I wouldn't be surprised if this other door is the same way. Yep. It is the same way. Alright, here we go. Let's get this door and door frame a nice second coat. We got this door, nice second coat. We don't have to do the frame, so we do the frame and tan on this one. I guess I should do the frame and tan on this one too. Well, let me deal with the door first, I guess. It goes tan all the way to here. Okay, well, then let me open this door. Make it easier. See if we can turn on some lights. Ah! My brush fell into the paint. Where's my pants are falling down, but that's to be expected. Okay, hold on. I'll help you come see. Come see, come saw. Mama say, mama saw, mama musa. And she never really could explain why. So, I'm not really ready to forgive her, I guess. Good. This one had one of those poker things that prevents the door from opening too much. Well, I certainly did an inadequate job of painting this door last time. I must have been hurrying at the end or something. You just get paint onto something so I could finish what I had forward and go home. That's what this has the feel of. Okay. Winning on the painting front so far, thanks to my abundant tiger's blood. It's actually liger's blood. That's why I have them breed those unholy abominations so I can infuse myself with their blood, ergo winning. Actually, with a liger, it's referred to as winning. You know what I'm saying to you, Dora? You dirty rat. You are a dirty, dirty rat. You need a lot more painting. It's like you barely even tried to get painted last time. Look, Harry, walking is too Harry. It's fine now, but when I was holding it down, it was too heavy. Okay. Big drip. After I've taken out the drop cloth. And here, for reasons I don't even remember why. Oh, I know, there's a trim. Maybe touches the trim here too. So we're gonna need to. Oh wait. I need to vacuum in here before doing anything else. It got sandy stuff in there. Alright. I do need to do some touch up in here, but I need to vacuum in here first. I need better lighting in here too. Alright. This door needs another coat. I'll do this coat first. Get this element tapes off where I let it dry before taking the tape off. Like a dum-dum. What's going on right now? Okay, I guess I'm gonna paint this other door first. I guess that's what's going on right now. I'm gonna paint this door right here. We'll open it. So this door, right, you can probably see it badly as in need of painting. I'm gonna start at the top, work my way down. Try to be a little more systematic about this than I normally am. Oh God. Okay, still have drop cloth there. Wonderful. Okay. Try to be more systematic and immediately stop. I guess part of the issue is the door is moving, but I don't want to paint the tan part. I have to check that out too. Alright, fine. I'm going to close you first. Then as I get close to the edges, I'll open you again, but I'll put something behind you so you don't move around. That's what I'm going to do with your door. I'm there with my plan starting from the top. I'll bet just went right out the window. But it's because now the door's not open. Okay. Well, we are really making some progress here. Let's take a coat on this door this badly needs. And a couple more spots, I'm going to open it up to get to the edges safely, not getting any white paint on the can. Hopefully, in the process. Okay. And yeah. Be careful here. Get up close to the edge. Okay. I'll just open her up. Now, we need to do this. There. Now I can get all the sneaky spots. Where are the sneaky spots? Well, for example, right here. The sneaky spot. You're not thinking about this spot, but then lo and behold, there's a big piece of tan paint right there. You know you need to paint over it. You sure are glad you remember to check the sneaky spot. Looks like there's a lot of either paint or stains here in the wrong color. And that's fine. We can get that easy now with this door propped open the way it is. And then get the edges all along here and there. And don't forget this edge along here. Certainly needs getting. And also this bit of the door here. I'm going to need to get the inside of the door, but I want to get the edge where there's staining and stuff. Make it look a little nicer. A little more put together. Okay. Okay. Alright. Looking good. Other white things that I might need to hit with the angel feather. Well, that's what I was saying, maybe around here. Doesn't really look bad, it's just not quite clean as maybe I'd like it. This requires care. And I already got it all over the floor. Well. Maybe you shouldn't attempt to do this way, Eric. If you really want to touch all that touch up, then you're going to have to put tape down, motherfucker. Fair enough, Eric, fair enough. What a horrible job I did. And paint there. And then all the fuck along here. What a big spell. What a mess. Do I want to take this off and do this right now? I mean, I think it's good enough. I already did this. I don't, fuck that, I don't need to read that. Good enough. I say that, but then I see spots, you know. There. Okay. Well, let's not get all OCD perfect guy about this shit. So just trying to get this thing hammered out so you can sell it to your house. All right, Angel Feather. Get on this door. Cover it up real good. Like you know you can. And we won't have any problems with it. But if you want to try to Melinda, not carry your weight, try to fake like you're ill, have another stomachache, oh my gosh. Well, we got no room for that around here, mister. No room at all. All right, you scoundrelly door. Good enough. Take a look at this one. I'm feeling good. Did I finish this door? Looks pretty finished. But other little touch-ups here. Make sure we get good coverage. All the way up and down. Over here. At the bottom. So this is the trickier spot to get. And to get undergot accordingly. You gotta bend way over. Now, we're gonna make it even good right here. Pow. That's right. This is how we do it when we're painting doors. Alright. You look like you're really painting up a storm, Mr. Door. Well, I mean, I'm painting up a storm, but you're getting painted up a storm. It's really exciting for you. This is painting absorption central. This door over here. Turn around for a second. It's like, absorb all the paint once more. Alright. Let's go over here. Okay, is this one? Yeah. So this is back too. Very good job of double coating this. Which that's something that obviously needs because these doors absorb so much paint. Okay. Good enough for now. Let's come back to painting the floor too. But I've got multiple doors with a second coat on them. That's very good. And I think I got most of my white touch-ups done. At least for now. So let me go go back though in the living room. See if I can see any spots with the flashlight, perhaps. I'll be able to see, like, this spot over here didn't get fully covered, you know. I just covered a little while ago. Because it was underneath something that hadn't been painted. Another white door that sucks up paint. Again, could be worse. Okay. I expect there to be some problem spots in the ceiling area. Because, you know, it's a lot of ceiling for one little area to successfully manage. I mean, I don't see anything striking at the moment, but let's take a gander with the flashlight. We're gonna find it. First, let's smoke a cigarette. Maybe have a bevy of bathing beauties. A bevy of bathing beauties. What time is it anyway? Gotten a good amount done. I don't have a lighter. You're not gonna light this without fire, Eric. Well, good progress with Schmud Marcus. I'm not quite done for the morning. I'm a little unsure about what I'm going to do next. Like, could and probably should paint the outside of this door as well as the inside of it. This white door here I could paint. The inside door is painted with the white. Inside of that door. Maybe I can ask Jared if he can come help me lift a couple things. Well, I'll get a dolly. That should be adequate to move the washer and dryers. It's like I can't lift the top one up the bottom one by myself. It's pretty heavy. Okay. Now we're really cooking with biscuits, you guys. Hmm. I'm pretty tired, actually. I don't know how much more work I got in me at the moment, but I could probably, like, pull some more tape. There's still tape I gotta pull up. The difficult parts that I've had trouble pulling up. You pull some more tape, I could move all these objects out of the hallways so I'm not constantly tripping on them. I could bring out that table, which I want to paint, just the light blue color, I guess, instead of its multicolored paint here. I don't think I have enough blue left to paint it white or tan. I do have another tan trim I need to do to make the three doors matching. I could hammer that out right now. Alright. We'll go get a thing or two done. I haven't read the chat at all or anything, obviously. I've been trying to hammer out some tasks. Well, my karate chop can sever a human nerve perfectly. So I don't need scissors for hands. I've got the world's most powerful and the world's most precise karate chop. Only a fool doesn't have mastery of a karate chop. So, if you want to impress me, make a movie called Eric Karate Chop Hands. We don't need any Tim Burton either. I want like manly movie. The plot is it starts off with driving down the road with my wife and with a huge tree across the road blocking the path. There's some kind of shady looking guy stuck there. Hey, you got a chainsaw? No, I don't got a chainsaw. I'll tell you what. I'll take care of this log, but you guys gotta, you know, go over there for a little bit. I don't want you to see what I'm doing. What do you mean you don't want us to see? Just, you want me to get this log out of the way or what? Yeah, okay. So they go over there. Karate chop! I karate chop the log right into splinters. It's like basically just wood pulp at that point. And they come back, but little did I know, their car wasn't even their car, and they had hopped in the car with Rachel and driven off with her. Naturally, I tried to give chase. The other car there didn't start. Tried to give chase on foot, but my karate chop doesn't make me super fast. But I noticed something. They were way ahead of me, but they were heading downhill. Quite some drop. So I karate chopped right in the middle of the hill, right, all the way down to the bottom, and karate chopped out. By the time they came down the hill, I was standing there, and they were like, Rachel was like, no, no. And they were like trying to put a bag over her head, and I brought out my chop, and they drove at me slowly at first, but then speeding up, realizing I was gonna get out of the way. They're gonna run me over. Like, go on ahead, chop! I chopped the whole front end of the car in half. It was my car, which was the big tragedy of the whole matter. But I was able to save Rachel. And then I did a very, very gentle karate chop on the robber guys. One arm, one leg each, gently broken with a karate chop, just like this. That's my softest karate chop. So this is one of those days that you, me, we all get to learn about karate chops. Right now, I go for some pork chops and applesauce. Feeling a little peckish. Well, let's see if we can get one more thing done before we go home. Let's go on a bit of a time crunch here. Oh, what I'm going to do is we're going to take a quick gander at the tander. Now, I need to put the lid back on the white. You gotta keep the white pure. Stop tripping over that. Fuck you, Eric. Come here, white paint. Where are you? Where did I leave you? Someplace down. Where did I leave the white paint? I left it someplace down my bed. Had I already lit it? No, but there's what lid is that then? Where's this full can of white paint? Oh, for fuck's sake. How do I lose a full can of white paint? Stupid places Eric might have put a full uncapped gallon of white paint. This is a real mystery. Did I put it in the closet? No. Huh. This is very strange. How could I possibly have lost a whole gallon of white paint? It's open. This is not that big of a house. Where could I put? There it is. There it is, in a very inappropriate spot. Okay. That's not where you set the paint down, Eric. That's dumb. Okay. Now we're going to put this lid on. First I'm going to get all the paint off the brush. then I'm going to clean the paint drips from the can. So it's important to keep a clean can if you want to do a professional style painter. I'm going to scoot the paint from the lid back into the paint can. Okay, and now I'll put the lid on. Now I'm ready to wash this brush. So we've got a few different brush options here for the tan. I think I'm going to go with the brush I just used. Nice and new, crispy. You just have to clean it off all the white paint. It shouldn't be too big of a deal. But it's actually not such a big deal if what? That's right. If I use mineral spirits. You can get all the paint off it by washing it, but it works better with a little mineral spirits. This is kind of, I'll call it a minerals drink. There. Now, simply apply some mineral spirits to this. Then we'll squish it around. Give your hands till it cleans up. You're not supposed to put it on your hands, though. And it cleans them off good. It says, wear gloves. You must wear gloves. Well, you know, I'm not spending a lot of time soaking my hands in mineral spirits. Got a little bit on them, and now it's just coming right off. Just relax mineral spirits. Nazis. Alright, so I got a good brush here for this. This is the tan. There's not a lot of tan left, but I don't have a lot of tan trim left to do. And we're going to do the last job we do here today before returning to our humble abode for some lunch and then probably a well-earned nap. Hope there's enough in here to get it pretty low on the tan. Is that tan too? Yeah, we got another jug of it over there actually. This is probably enough right here. Alright, let's go do it. So we're going to tan it up like we were at a tanning salon under a tanning light under the actual sun in Rio de Janeiro. So, bottom line is this door frame here needs to look like this door frame here, which is tan, and that other door frame there, which is tan. So I need to do this one. I don't want to tape it off. I'm just going to try to be careful. Try not to hurry or anything. It needs to go all the way back to this one. I think it's a little thin because the brush is wet, but it's a good start. Excellent work. Slow and steady wins the race. No reason to make a mess or be Speedy Gonzalez. Not this one, okay. This is kind of a tricky get to get this one, but not the one above it. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Remember, like in Alcoholics Anonymous, they tell you, progress, not perfection. Okay. That's what we gotta be careful not to drip too much. Should be fine. Okay. Good. We'll get up here. In here. All of this should be gotten. And that. And this. Okay. Looking pretty good. Let's get down, get down. Get down to the ground. And take that hoe to Pound Town. No, that's not what I meant to say, actually. I'm not a toxically masculine person like that. Do I believe in toxic masculinity? Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of toxically masculine people, but I am not one. I disapprove of them instead. Because I think, for one thing, I think people should treat each other well. And that includes men to treat women well. Haley and women should treat men well also. And, you know, homosexuals should treat each other well too. It's one of those things that it's pretty easy to agree with. It's bad when people hurt each other with either their bad habits learned from bad models or with their general carelessness about language and or action, depending on the person you're dealing with. unfortunate how much suffering there is in the world. And I at least am not going to do the great disservice of telling you, oh no, the problem is not suffering, it's attachment. Okay, Buddhists, get down on your knees and suck it. Could you be any wronger? Could you be any more missing the point? No, you couldn't. Well, you could be wronger. Let me correct myself. But you're still pretty wrong. Wrongness is almost bottomless, you know. You could always be even wronger. One of the cruel ironies of the universe is that correctness is singular and wrongness is like Walt Whitman, full of multitudes. So, you know, the truth has to fight against a million wrongnesses if it's something like cognitive functions, right? Because you've got people who think they know what you're talking about because they made up some nonsense. And you've got a failure to even agree on a basic paradigm, like that there's methodologies to being correct in modeling things, and we can evaluate existing explanations on whether they do that basic job or not, you know. Forget about whether they do it well, even. Do they do it at all? And the answer is no. All these various people who disagree with me over cognitive functions, they're not doing things well, correctly, or at any good effect. And that's another one to grow on. I'm always giving you ones to grow on. Ones what, you might ask? Vitamins, of course. Flintstones vitamins. 10 million strong and growing. Oh, he's growing because he's taking vitamins. Otherwise, he'd stay the same size forever. But a cute little kid growing thanks to Flintstones vitamins. Yeah, no need to give your kids vitamins. Just feed them a variety of food. You know, just feed them nothing but cereal. They'll be fine. Trust me, I'm an expert on everything. Except the things that I'm not an expert in. There are plenty such things, I guess. Like, I'm no expert at scuba diving, but I could successfully go under the water with scuba gear. I've done it before. My dad had went through a phase where he thought it was important that I get scuba certified. I never did, but I had some scuba lessons. I just wasn't as enthusiastic about having these experiences as I think he would have liked me to have been. Well, I just like, hey, what's the point of just going into the water to look at fish? I mean, I'm just not that interested in looking at fish, I mean, you gotta change clothes, you gotta get gear going on here, you gotta swim out, find the right spot, and then you gotta breathe all the way through the snorkel, and all for what? So that you can look at some fish. I don't understand this. Why are we doing this? Because we like to look at fish. Okay. Well, I did like to feed them peas. We'd bring back the frozen peas out into the ocean. We'd feed the wild fish frozen peas. They loved them. They're like, oh, fuck yeah, frozen peas? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Thank you so much. Hey everybody, look, this guy brought frozen peas. Let's all gather around him and eat his peas. That's what it was like. They loved those peas. That was fun, because then you're having a relationship with an animal, by feeding it. Just looking at fish through a mask or the snorkel. It's like, you're gonna get all salty and sunburned and float around and look at this thing. It's something that lives in the ocean. I mean, I wasn't that cynical as a little kid. It's just my response to it now. I was like, I didn't know, I was like, yeah, sure. That's great, I guess. I guess I do like that, because I have no fucking idea what I like, because I'm not bipolar. But I knew I didn't like to go places. I always wanted to stay home and play with my friends. And my parents would rarely let that happen. Now, son. Okay, Dad, that's fine. Just fuck me in the ass and call it a Christmas present. You do you. I think he was a great dad when I was a kid, I may not have really wanted to do all those things, but I don't regret having done them. I had a lot of great kind of father-son experiences that, great in the sense of like, the kind that you expect to be great. Like fishing and stuff. But with a lot of that stuff, my dad would get frustrated in my ineptitude. So, it depended on how much mad dad you got. He was never really scary, but, he was mad dad. But, it was like fuck it. Now I can't even, he's not gonna wanna, I can't argue at this point because he's mad. He's not gonna have that. When I got older, I didn't give a fuck if it was mad or not. Then I'd say, well, you're wrong, and therefore you get equal treatment to everybody else. You get corrected. But he did not like that at all. He did not want me to correct him. He was the one who was telling me things, not the other way around. So, I got that tan done. I got the trim repainted. Basically done with painting. And, Well, I suspect if my dad had raised me as a single dad, things would have been considerably more militaristic around there. But my mom ran interference, generally put her foot down, and she loved her precious angel too much to have him look unhappy for 5 minutes. Where are my keys? We're not going anywhere without those. Okay. We've done that. That's good enough. I'm hungry. I want to chillax or something. Did I bring cigarettes? But we could call Zoe today. Try to schedule something. Because I got the painting done. Now all that's left to do is move some furniture, clean up paint splattered on the tile floors and stuff, scrape where paint gets where it shouldn't be, pull up dark cloths, that kind of stuff. And then we're gonna move furniture to places. So maybe some of it down here underneath the house. Okay, I should leave this hose here. I need this for pressure washing later. Everybody's carrying back and forth. I should leave the gas in too. It's a good hose, good long hose. I should be able to pressure wash the living fuck out of this place. Where's the pressure washer? It's under the house. I put the gas under there too. There. Nice little storage space under there, Like for ugly furniture that I'd rather have the room just be empty, I'm gonna put it under there. And just, tell them that furniture can either go with the house, or if we have to, we'll get it taken away into the dump, So, and keep whatever's in the house if they want it. If they don't want it, they want us to throw it away, we'll get rid of it. Now that we have the microwave, of course. Which really was handy, It's hard to go without a microwave when you're used to cooking a majority of your things in the microwave. No lighter? That's fine. I'll wait till I get home. You don't know the drill already. Little gap, Wi-Fi gap between this Wi-Fi and that one. We'll be buffering for between 60 and 90 seconds maybe. And then I'll be back home. Till then, have a wonderful chat among yourselves. Speculate about interesting things. I'm as tired as an expired fire. After I eat something, I'm gonna go. Well, after I eat something and smoke a cigarette, then I'm gonna go to bed. Really, pop apple Lancy. Wonder why that door's open. There's Joe in here. Yes, Rachel's here. Okay. So the question is, what are we having for lunch? That's a good question. You deserve a good answer. I wonder if Rachel wants lunch. Hey, Rachel! You want me to cook you something? Do you want me to cook you something? You want me to make chicken and rice? Or do you have another preference? Okay. I'll make chicken and rice. Well, I'm gonna make chicken and rice. Okay. The first step in making chicken and rice is to get out the rice pot. This is the rice pot over here. You may recognize it from such meals as the last time I made rice. And what else are we going to do? Well, we're going to get the rice that's not yet cooked. And we're going to combine it with some water in this pot. Apply heat. Before we know it, these hard little kernels will be soft and delicious. What is this? 1 cup? Yes. So we're going to do 2 cups of rice, 4 cups of water. Now we're going to have leftovers. I think we might want them. 1 cup of rice. Two cups of rice. Okay, now we need cups of water. Whereas rice is hard and solid, water is swishy and wet. It's a real yin-yang we got going on here in the Oriental tradition. You bring the pot to the water, it's easier that way. 1 cup of agua. Un cupo de agua dos. El jupa de agua 3. Y la 4. Okay, there we go. Now that we have put water and rice together in this pot, it's time for the jostle. Let's take a gander. You're going to jostle with something innocuous like these wooden salad tongs. Because you don't want it to stick to it. Either the water or the rice kernels. Are they called kernels of rice? No. Grains of rice. Grains of rice. Wrong burner. Maybe if we live here another 50 years, I'll learn how to turn on the burner. Let's put this at 9. 9 for the hard boil. And then let's prepare this dirty pan for chicken cooking, which means it's going to require a little cleaning. Fastest way to get some residual grease out of an old pan like this, just heat it up for a second, and it'll melt your heart away. I'm gonna let this grease come loose by virtue of heat and melting. Pretty close. Maybe I should have done this one. Let's go a little faster. And now we're going to just pour it out into the trash can. As per now. But you're not going to get every drip and drop of it. So you're going to want to come at it with this paper towel. Pour some more. Then you're going to get another paper towel. You're going to scrubby scrape, scrubby screw. What do you say? I love you. And there you have it. Alright, now we're going to wash it to get the last bits of grossness out. And to do that, we will utilize, we're going to go ahead and utilize this, plus this, plus water. First, we're going to give it a nice scrub-a-roo. Loosen up there, greasy mess. Then, we're going to give it the rinse of 2. Put some water, rinse away the grossness. Goodbye, grossness. Have a wonderful day. Okay. Still hasn't really rinsed and clean, so I'm going to give it once more with the soap. Make sure I get any stubborn bits. And then we'll just rinse this out. This point is going to be clean enough no matter what. I'll put it on the squirter part of the thing to make it squirt better. Okay. Now, over here on this burner, let's take a gander. Over here on this burner, we're going to cook our chicken. We're going to put a few of these in here. We'll see what else we got to put in this fantastic feast of ours. Right now, the pans are heating, but nothing's inside. Alright. That's enough for 2 cups of rice. we'll have leftovers, you know. Might be a little much chicken, but it's fine. Now, we need to put some liquid in there. Chicken obviously isn't the fattiest protein. It's not going to release a lot of its own grease. So, what you want to do then is provide some fat for it to cook in. And also some liquid. I'm going to use butter for my fat. I don't need a ton of butter. I'm not trying to make butter chicken or something. I'm just giving it some fat to sizzle in. If I had a partially open package of bacon, I would have put a piece or two of bacon to get that fat and cook it in that, but I didn't want to open a whole new pack of bacon. Next, we're going to put this remainder of this bottle of white wine in here. We have another full one over there. That's not very much white wine. So, next we're going to get an onion. We've got our onion right here. This butter can go back. I'll put this tip out of the way. Put these in my pocket. Okay. Butter go back. And then I need to get a cutting board. Butter go back. You get it all on me. Here we go. We're gonna cut an onion. With this little knife, we're gonna cut this onion. And throw the end pieces away. Then we're gonna cut along the side like this. And we're gonna get rid of the outermost layer of the onion. And we're gonna chop this up. That's premier, mia, me, mia, you, mio, miai, mia, mu, mio, me, miai, nya. Crigglesby, Crigglesby, Crigglesby crew. I'm a chop, chop, chopping you. That's chopped up enough. And we're going to put all of these onions right in here with this chicken and wine. We're also going to do your classic additional seasonings, including garlic herb, oregano, which I guess is the original seasoning, and of course garlic powder. I can also put some of these dried onions in here too. However, I will admit that I would be remiss were I to stop right timer. 24 minutes, maybe. Okay, so I'd be remiss if I were to leave out the classic seasonings that you're always going to need for chicken. And it's your simple salt and pepper. Some salt. And we're going to put